How are we doing, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Getting Jiggly with It. I'm Will, and today we're getting it painted. So we have some Marvel United minis because of our playthrough earlier today where we unlocked these characters, if that's the right word to be using. But since we have these characters and we'll need them for our future playthroughs of the Megaverse campaign, I figured, well, I'd paint them. And since I'm going to be painting them, I figured some of you might want to see how I paint them. So that's what these streams are going to be. It's just basically me painting. If people come into the chat to chat with me, yay. I guess, kind of explain what I'm doing while I do things. But it may be more music than me talking, unless there happen to be people in chat. Hopefully I've got the sound good for the background music. I added some new songs, and I was told one of my other songs, there was like some high parts that made it hard to hear me. So I can either turn down the music or remove those songs, but then I got to figure out which song it is since I'm not showing the song name down at the bottom. Second is the camera. It will not autofocus. It keeps wanting to focus like on the desk or the background. So I put something, a black surface down, figuring that was going to solve the problem, because I did that once for a miniatures unboxing and it still doesn't like it. So I think I'm gonna have to get like a flat black or flat white surface as a background. But we'll see how this does. It's also not necessarily the most comfortable way for me to paint. So we'll see how that goes as well. But that said, we're going to go ahead and flip over the camera. We'll get started on the first mini that I've already got propped up. So two of them should be pretty easy. The Black Panther and Shuri Black Panther, because they're primarily black, I guess, is their primary color. Oh, and I can't see it. I don't have my glasses on yet. We want this one, I think. I think this is what we want. Yeah, so there we go. I think that'll be good for everybody to see. It does mean that, unfortunately, I'm kind of leaning over my desk to do this, and that's I need the camera to come out a little bit more, and the bar that I have up there is kind of short. So if people like these videos, then I might buy a new longer bar that I can attach the camera to. Otherwise, it's kind of a waste of money, because I don't make much money on this thing. Actually, currently I make no money because my monetization got turned off while we were on a hiatus. My monetization got turned off because you have to have 3,000 watch hours, so many video uploads, so many subscribers. We've got the subscribers, we've got the uploads since I'm doing things this week, but we do not have the watch count yet. So we need 3,000 hours. I think we're at like 2,850. So like we're always right on that cusp. And these are my fancy smancy fancier glasses. Ooh, do not look far away in these things. So the regular glasses that I need for my cheaters, these are ones or twos. I've got two different pairs, and they're different amounts. And these don't say. It just says Foster Grant, Iron Man. No, it doesn't say how much these ones are. R50? No. I know I had one that was like a 1.5 and one that was like a 2. These are 4s, but they like transition up, so you can kind of look at things far away at the top and look at things close. But either way, I digress. So got my wet palette. We need us a paintbrush, though. We do need us a paintbrush. I don't know if I want to be a professional YouTube painter and try to use the really big brush that, you know, has you can put lots of paint on. But my points aren't necessarily the best on some of these brushes. What is this one? Product code BR. This is the small dry brush. Definitely don't need a dry brush. This is the insane detail brush. You want to see insane detail? Get this thing off. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to like show the insane detail brush. Hey, Lanixton, you're also painting minis. See, and that's, I think, what a lot of people do is like they just turn on somebody who's painting. Yeah, so here's the insane detail brush. Like, that's crazy insane detail. So yeah, how am I gonna have to be? I gotta figure out my arm position so people can watch. And honestly, the being able to see it all the time is more for like if I want to turn this into a video, like a standalone video of painting a particular character. But yeah, this is insane detail. Really good for the eyes. But see, I've heard from the professional YouTubers, you don't want an insane detail brush because it doesn't hold enough paint. So by, like, if you're doing eyes, right, you put the white on, by the time you get the top on the surface, right, it doesn't have any paint on anymore. This is my Regiment. I think the Regiment is like just the recommended brush. Thought I got some, I don't know if it's sable hair, wolf's hair, Regiment. I think I just have a lot of regiments because every time you buy a paint can, I think they send you a regiment. That's my speed paint brush, speed paints. Regiment. Oh, here's a black one. Wargamer. Oh, here it is. The Kolinsky Masterclass. Lick your brushes. It makes them work better. That's what I've been told. That's what all the professional YouTubers do. Got a random stray little hair there that'll annoy me. So this is actually smaller. So I don't know if I want to mess with a brush that small. I got some big surfaces I got to cover up. Yeah, I wish there was a way that I could. So there is, the camera can be remote controlled. I have two Canon EOS, and they can be remote controlled, but they won't remote control without a memory card. And I don't buy a memory card because I'm never going to use the memory card. So I don't know. I don't know if it would control the manual focus or not. I'd hate to buy. I guess I could buy a memory card from Best Buy, Walmart, Amazon, put it in, and test. Maybe I'll do that before. Maybe I'll run out tomorrow before tomorrow's night stream. But yeah, so this is the tiny one. I think we're going to leave the tiny brush alone. I think we'll just use a Regiment, and we'll see what happens. Nope, that one's not the right one. Put the thingy back on this one. Well, maybe it was the right one. I don't know. They're about the same size. All right, all your brushes go in there. Put the lid in there. All right, we got my wet palette set up. Actually, it's not, I'm gonna be slopping a lot of paint on this. So I'm just gonna go with a full out the big boy for first, because I'm really just gonna paint him completely black, and then same thing with Shuri. Gonna paint her completely black first. I say black, but I'm actually not going to use black. I'm going to use Necromancer Cloak. Yep. Yeah, Necromancer Cloak. So Army Painter, and I don't know if Atlantis, I don't know if you got this, but I had a lot of paints. I had a decent amount. I really didn't need more, but like there's a lot of colors that I have to mix. I'm like, I don't want to have to mix them if I don't have to mix them. So Army Painter, their old war paint line, right? They've got the new Fanatic, but the old paint line they had on clearance right before, I think it was even before Black Friday. So I picked up one of the deals and basically got not the mega set, but the set right below the mega set. And then I tried to piecemeal all the other paints they still had in stock to make the mega set. But then they were out of even some of those, even after I ordered. They had to give me that was about a $20 refund. But I mean, these were running like a buck 25 each-ish, between $1 and $1.25 each at the discounted price. Like the big mega set, which would run, I think like normally 120 bucks, was like 54. So it was a really good deal. They may still have that sale going on. I doubt it. Because like I said, that was before Black Friday. I'm probably going to need a little bit more than that. I got a lot of black to cover. Oh yeah, I got her whole cloak and everything. All right. Primer, for anybody interested. The primer is just Rust-Oleum. I like the Rust-Oleum gray. I don't know why. It's just the one that I use the most. Make sure that we're in focus. Yeah. And so hopefully I won't have to use my my big cheaters for the up close stuff that I don't want to do. This is the most interesting painting here, right? Just paint everything black. I do have my cheat cards. I got the Marvel United cards next to me. I may have to pull things up on the internet for reference as well, if I'm not sure of the color. And even this isn't like a big enough brush to really, like I really just want to get this whole thing black. Should have painted them black. Was counting my paints today because I'm doing 3D print new paint organizer system. I'm well over 250 dropper bottles. It's out of hand, really. Oh, let me, hey, let me zoom out for you here. Watch this. You say it's out of hand. Wonder, I don't know if it'll get it out. Let me do, HDMI. Nope, I'm zoomed in too far. Yeah, I'm zoomed in from far. Go back. I bought these. I would love to be able to show you. I mean, I'm probably going to start putting links in the show notes. But I bought these cases. They're like zip cases. I was going to start painting out like in the living room and stuff, and that never happened either. But I bought these zip cases. What they're used for is essential oils, right? That you put inside of like a diffuser. And it holds, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's a 10 by 12. So that's 120 bottles, right? I did math. Math is okay? Okay. So 120, and I got 2 of those. One's completely full. The other one is 3/4 full. So I'm almost there with you. Almost there with you. Oh, that's why it's taking me so long. I grabbed the wrong freaking brush. I'm like, why is this taking me so long to paint? It's like, that's not right. I wanted this guy. I even pulled this one out because I'm like, oh, let's get the big boy going. Then we can just really just slap some paint on there. Oops, I'm not in frame. Got to get used to the in frame. This brush is kind of stiff. I don't know why. I know I clean them after each use, so I've got a cleaning wax. It's I don't know what it's called. It's called the Masters brush cleaner. So this is what I use. So I don't know how it would get like stiff from having speed paint left in it. But yeah, so I like this. I like the Necromantic Cloak because it's not black. So I don't do the multi-part highlight, shadow, base. Like I don't do the 25-step process that the professionals do. I do tabletop standard process. So as long as they look good when I'm filming for you guys, and they look good to me while I'm playing with them, that's all that matters. We're just going to do some more of this. Yeah, because this is almost really close to that gray. I mean, it's just slightly different color than that gray. Get his foot. Get all of his bits. And the thing with the X-ray goggles, once you use the X-ray goggles, you always see the pieces, the spots you miss. Always. I think that's him. I think that's everything that needs to necessarily be black. I mean, I'll probably find some more, catch some more. Yeah, and then after that, the only thing is silver, and then the base. So 1 down. I got 10. I got 9 more to go. All right, put you up there, and we will get your sister. Where's she at? Actually, we got to paint Shuri twice. We got to paint Shuri Black Panther and Shuri the Genius. So yeah, so the next stream will be against Klaw, and we'll be using Shuri Black Panther, Ironheart, and regular Black Panther. I'm also going to paint Captain Carter, just in case somebody wants to see that. Just in case so for my next Friday stream, I'm going to, let you guys choose where I go after my Wednesday stream. So just in case somebody wants to do another multiverse match with Carter. Ooh, about dropped her. So Lanson, what are you painting? We're not going to talk about my backlog of gray, my shame. Alright, so I know I'm not going to paint. I don't want to paint up on her little things there at the top, because that will probably not be fun to cover back up with a light color. The nice thing about the Marvel United minis for a first-time mini painter is all the details are really big, so it's easy to pull them out as long as you don't over prime. And then additionally, the color palette, you know, because it's comic based, is very simple. You don't have to necessarily worry about mixing colors. You can just get red, yellow, right, white, black, and just go with that. Like if I really wanted to with her, like I mean in Black Panther, instead of using this off gray black, I could just use straight black, right? It would still look good. There we go. I think what I'm probably going to need to do is invest in headphones for my phone. At least I can listen to music with you guys. Let me see. Yeah, it's got big flat surfaces too. Now that could be a blessing and a curse. I would say the main thing you don't want to do with Marvel United minis is speed paint. Unfortunately, speed paint does not do well with flat surfaces. Because it's meant to pool, and so large flat surfaces are not ideal for that type of paint. That's any type of speed paint, contrast paint. Like they all come by different names. All right. To my unseeing eyes, looks like I got everything. Yeah, the fine detail is going to be interesting at this distance. There's a perfect like spot. I have to like refocus it too every time. I don't think it'll need 2 coats, but there are some spots that look thin. We'll have to see. We will see. I know Barrett from Meet Me at the Table, he does some painting streams too. And so does I forget the guy's name from Board Game Geeks channel. Actually, I think he paints a lot of Marvel United minis. Yeah, I think we're good now. Yeah, the problem is this dark gray is just barely a different shade of my primer. At least to me, on here I can see like it's a distinct gray difference, but like in the lighting I'm using right now, it's kind of hard to see the difference. Like right there, I called that. I called you. You're not gonna get away from me. Oops, what are you? Something got stuck to it. All right. I think we're good on her. All right, put you in there for a second. All right, anybody else have a lot of... All right, so we got Black Panther. So that's what I said. All he is black and then his silver, and then the lines are like a lighter gray, and then you got his face lines. I don't know if I'd be able to get his face line. Oh, they made them more, they're more pronounced on his, yeah, I gotta take this away, otherwise it's focused on. They're more pronounced on his thing. Where's my, there it is. Gotta find the perfect height. So it actually would be a little bit easier to paint those on there. Just a light gray. They kind of got a more of a yellow color. All right, so yeah, I mean, she's almost all black. I guess we'll do her next. Ironheart. Ironheart has a good amount of black on her costume too. All right. 2. All right. Question is it big enough for me to warrant the big brush? So what is it? It's this piece here across her top. It's most of her chest plate. Let's drop down a brush size. Okay. This is just cheap wall tack. Too many. Oh, I missed Landis. I completely missed that. 2 minis for Conquest. Last Argument of Kings. A Crusader's Lord and a Priest. Some Rose Knights from Limbo. Eternal War. Because I squeezed out too much paint. I need to use it for something. I did a painting video, but I only have plain tripods right now. So I'd have my camera in front of me and kept hitting it with my knee. Uploaded anyways, but I ordered an armature. Yeah. Mini painting is like doing board game playthroughs is one setup, but like to really do good miniature painting videos is like a totally different beast, right? Because you got to worry about the focus all the time. You got to make sure you don't put your head in the way. If you're going to do an overhead type cam, yeah, it's just it's not to say a nightmare, but it's something else. These little containers I'm using. I always pick on Audrey for wanting to save things, right? Save containers and different things like that. I pick on her. And these are from our Home Chef. We used to get Home Chef, and so yeah. Why buy a painting handle when you have free painting handles? All right, I gotta look. I tried to make sure I grabbed a card art that was pretty good. I don't want that down there and it messing with people's eyes. I mean, I could put that in. Yeah. So try to get an art where it was kind of clear what should be what color. And this doesn't help me anymore. All right, so her entire chest plate. And then it's like her whole chest plate, and then there's supposed to be some pink over here on the side, but I don't see where that pink's coming in. I feel like sometimes they just add lines just to make it look like they have the lines. But in actuality, that line's not supposed to be there. Yeah, I have no clue. Her gauntlets are black. All right, let's do her gauntlets at least. We'll do her gauntlets. Probably have to do the chest stuff. But I know it's dinner, so I'll be back. All right, enjoy your dinner. Yeah, it's supposed to be pink. Yeah, so that's something I just flipped her over, and you can't see when you're painting when you flip it over the opposite direction. I always wondered, like, okay, the big YouTubers that, this is what they do is they do painting videos. How much footage is basically lost because they've been painting for 10 minutes, 20 minutes with the mini not even in frame. Now Lucita actually is really likes doing things like artistic, like she's already drawing and trying to color and stuff like that. So I'm thinking, hoping, she will paint with me and help me get through this in a couple years. Say a couple years, I don't know. I mean, I probably have some minis that if she painted now at 3 or 4, she going on 2, so still a while off. Then I'd be happy to have those as the painted version of the mini. It's like a remembrance thing, right? You just do a messy method, right, where everything's just kind of slap painted together. So it shows all of her boots as being this black gray. The kneecaps are black, I think. Yeah, kneecaps are black. This is why I had to go down to the smaller brush, because like it's just crazy how this is all put together. At the back of this one. All right, let's look at her. Yeah. The top of that piece is supposed to be pink, so I think we're good there. Oh, the hips and the thighs. It's almost, I almost feel like I should have painted her pink first and then try to do the black over that, because it's just so hard to tell what's what because of this gray. Maybe I should. Because I feel like I'm going to paint something that's supposed to be a lighter color, and then I'm going to have that struggle of getting the lighter color to cover it up. Like her chest piece here has a lightning bolt on it. Yeah. Like I said, I'm hoping I don't need to pull out the other zoomies, but I might have to pull out those other zoomies. Some of the stuff's just hard to see. I praised these a little while ago, saying, "Oh, you know, Marvel United minis. It's really easy to see the details and paint them." Now I'm here fighting them. All right, so it looks like there is a deep inset of where all the black is supposed to go. So we're just gonna do each of the insets. And it's only 2, right? Yeah, 1, 2. Then we do the other piece. Sure, back. I don't think there's a back view. It's from. So how do I do that on the side? That'd be the pink piece. The upraised piece is the yellow. I'm going with the piece that's down inset is the black. That's what I'm going with. There you go. And this one comes around too. Like so. A little bit of blue showing there. The primer didn't completely cover. Alright. Put it back in frame well. I guess it was better they did black first, because this was not easy to get into right there. Alright, so that's her legs. Alright, and this is that same texture. Okay. This is the same texture as her chest piece right here. I think same thing. The raised pieces are the yellow. Pink is the part that I'm kind of struggling with, because I don't think all the pink is inset. Yes, it goes around the waist right here. And right there. How's that looking? I think once I get the pink on, then I'll be able to probably be easier to see. Yeah, because she also her chin, and I'm thinking this neck piece here should be black too. It's kind of like the undersuit of the Iron Man armor, or in her case, the Ironheart armor. And then is it just the chin? Maybe I'll do that after, because I got to do yellow and some pink. And then the back panel, I'm going to go with that's probably pink. Probably. There's no back picture. Yeah, that's what we're going to go with. All right. Anybody else have a good amount of black? Okoye. No, I think the next big color is going to be red. Okoye, Klaw, and then Carter all have a decent amount of red. Let's do Klaw and get the big brush out. Shoot, Klaw didn't even need to... Technically, didn't even need to prime him. And I've not primed. I've actually got a couple of minis I didn't prime for Marvel United because they have the transparent pieces and I didn't have brush on primer and I didn't feel like masking anything off, so I just painted them. And they've been fine, so... Yeah. From what... So Goobertown, I watched Goobertown. Goobertown did a thing on priming minis. And he went over the fact that, you know, primer or priming minis was predominantly done with metal minis because acrylic paint doesn't really adhere to metal, which is why a lot of paint back in the day was solvent based, right? Get your tester's paint, which is what I used to use to do models, like model cars and stuff. So plastic, though, this paint is made to adhere to plastic. So do you really need primer? I mean, these companies sell you primer, but it's like, are they doing it because, you know, they're just trying to make more money? No telling. All right, get us a little bit of red there. So this is just... So I have a variety of paints. This is some Vallejo here. It's just flat red. Just flat red. Nothing special. All right, and he is 99% red. Now, in the art here, so I was looking up online, like, because in the art it looks more orange because of the way they did the highlights and everything. But when I looked up online, his color is always between red to more of a maroonish red, burgundy red. It really depends on the artist. But one thing I did notice consistent in most of the art, his face now is actually more of a pink color. And this one is more flesh tone. I mean, I'm going to make it look like the art. My OCD will not allow me to not make things look as close to the art as possible. So, maybe over there, claw picture of the claw. The claw. Put some water in here. That might have been too much. That might have been way too much, Will. May have overwatered that. Alright, so everything but he's got some purple shorts and a purple thing in the middle of his head. So he's basically just all red. Red does not cover well, and I put too much water in this, so this is going to require more than one coat, unfortunately. It is what it is. Yeah, I diluted this way too much, and now it's bubbling on me. So I get a little bit of some thicker stuff here. There we go. That should help a little bit. Yeah, it's a problem. Over thinning, under thinning. That's like everybody's number one thing is like, how do you thin the paints? And it's like, there's not a perfect science to it because every paint thins differently, right? I just unfortunately took a big blob of water out of my cup and put it right in there, and so yeah, that's what you get. I'll just keep dabbing in the less diluted stuff. Yeah, he's definitely going to need 2 coats. Yeah. The other side. You got this nice line. So I say how good the minis are, and then I say how bad the minis are, and then I come back and be like, oh no, that's, you know, their lines help you kind of stay in the lines. All right, stop touching the wet paint, Will. You're gonna have problems if you keep that up. So I did have a Mars red. I was debating that, right, because of the oranginess that they had in the art, but I'm going to stick with just flat red. And for the ziggy zags, I guess I need to choose one color to go into the zigzag. So I'll do the red, and then the purple can be the touch up out of the zigzags. I pre-shook these, so I don't think it's because of me doing that little bit of shaking. I think it is because I over diluted them. It's just not covering as smoothly as I want it to, which may annoy me. Alright, I think for a first coat we're good. Oh, missed the spot. Yeah, I think for a first coat I'm just going to call that it, because the paint's not where I want it to be. So, alright, let's take you off. Boink! Put you over there. Alright, what was my other red? Captain Carter and Okoye. Okoye has more red than Carter. Carter is more of a detailed red that I'm going to have to do. Okoye is her entire upper garment. So yeah, so her, oops, I think it was down, it was supposed to be down, yeah. So her entire upper garment is red. So we're gonna try to do this, but I probably should not be using the big brush. I think my primer went a little bit thick on her. I'm not sure why. Everybody else seemed to be okay. Is it the lower part, or is her legs revealed? No, it looks like she's wearing... So I tried to get the one that showed her legs and stuff up, so it looks like she's got tan pants. Looks like it's just her sleeve, and then the chest piece. Getting around all of her bangles is going to be fun. Maybe. And it's easier to cover the bangles later than trying to get the red in here. And it's like this last bangle looks like a bangle, but it's not. It's the raised sleeve. That wasn't done well. And then her neck. Yeah, that's red right there too. Really, let me just do this whole thing, and then I'll just paint her. Be easier, and then just paint the leather straps after. I think. Yeah, her primer, her details are a little bit muted. I didn't pay attention before I primed, but I primed them all together. I put them on a stick, and I used the sticky tack to hold them to the paint stir sticks that you get from like Lowe's. So she was at the same distance as everybody else when she was getting primed. So maybe just the details are a little bit less on her. That would be her gold, I think, for the neck. I'm going to call that it. So yeah, she's probably going to need a second coat as well. Maybe. We'll see. All right, now we need the smaller one for Carter, but now I'm debating Carter because I don't have her blue one yet. I think her red stripes would be better if I did them after the blue. Let's see here. So yeah, so she has a red stripe there and a red stripe in the center. The left side doesn't have red stripes, so it's just on the one side. It's a white stripe there. And then she's white under her arm. This is gonna be That's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. Yes, it goes up underneath. Oh, I don't know what you're going to... You're supposed to go from bottom to top, but I don't know which way is going to be easier for me to do her. And then her shield. Shield's not bad. Shield has enough texture on it to... I don't know why it's down. There's no autofocus. There we go. But yeah, so her shield has each of the markings. The blue isn't going to be any darker than this gray, so I think I'm going to do the blue first. Maybe that'll let that red solidify a little bit. Okay, which blue did I want to use? I think it was this one. Yeah, because this is for Killmonter. Should put something in the middle of the screen so people know that there's something that was supposed to be there. And see, it catches all these little things. Yeah, probably get a white. Actually, I've got white. I didn't try it. I've got white foam core board. Didn't think to try that. The audio mixer is going crazy. I don't know if it's actually picking all that up and everybody can hear all that or not. Apologies if you can. All right, let's get some blue on Captain Carter. I don't even know why I dipped in the cup. Like, as I just did my lick, I was like, I remember, I forget who it was, but they were like, you know, the perfect amount of water is really just, you know, the amount that comes off when you put it in your mouth. Again, don't do this with all paints. Acrylic paints, yes. I've got some paints here that are artist grade paints. Definitely don't want to put those in your mouth. So I'm going to try not to hit where the red's going to be to make, you know, just in case. Okay, what is... So the bottom part of her arm there is white. And the top is blue. So there's a small line across the top of her arm. And same here on the back. All right. Her pants. What's going on with the pants? Okay, so the pants are blue. Looks like a purple blue in the one spot, but I know the colors are red, white, and blue, so I'm kind of confused about the purple blue. I'm just going to go blue for now. If anything, we'll use the darker blue that we're going to use on Warmonger, or Killmonger, or Warmonger. I mean, I guess Killmonger is a warmonger, hence the name association. But see, they intentionally made this other section here. Like it's got, see, it's got this little detail ridge there. I don't know. There's one thing people were asking for in the Batman one, right? Was a or they were asking in the Marvel one as well. They wanted painting guides. And then they finally did it for the Batman one because DC authorized it, whereas Marvel didn't. So it's kind of... I mean, I don't think I would have bought it anyways. Somebody eventually would paint one, and you just kind of can use what somebody else painted. But yeah. And she's got these little kneecaps. I don't understand what the kneecaps are doing. I pulled out way too much blue. Way too much blue. I don't need this much. I could do Killmonger in this color for his shirt, but it's more of a darker color in the art. Yeah, so you can see this is one of the big fat brushes. It doesn't hold a point for nothing. It's a basing brush. You just kind of slap the paint in with it. Don't worry about detail at this point. Yes. Make sure we get up under there. And then, unfortunately, I don't have a picture of her back. Let's see if this is white on her undersleeve. Okay, it does stop. There are lines that show it stopping. So we're gonna say the back is supposed to be blue as well. This is the I forget what they call it, the British flag, the bars. In the US, it's stars and stripes, right? So, why? Because, well, there's stars and there are stripes. There you go. And then her gloves are red, so I don't know about those. And that looks like that's a line. And then I have no idea where they put the line there. The bottom should be white, the top should be blue. So we're just gonna swiggle the brush in there on the top and make it blue. That's all I can do. Because the bottom's supposed to be white. Oh, it does look like, is it sleeves? No. Huh. The art's backwards. So here, or she just, I guess technically she just has the shield in the other arm. I was thinking it's backwards, but the shield technically is just an arm. And this is why, I mean, I don't like using black because it's just so hard to cover up. But this is why a lot of people do black for primer, because it's slightly more forgiving. You okay, beanies? Bella's had a cough as of late. Yeah, I think that's all I'm going to be able to get without putting on my X-ray specs. So we'll call that for now. I mean, it's the reason you have a wet palette, right? So you can come back to a color if you have to. All right. Let's go back to Klaw, see if he's dry now. He's got a couple little wet spots, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal. All right, let's get our second coat on Klaw. I don't know why I put down one big brush. All right. Here is Klaw, round 2. Twirl the brush, is what they say. Yeah, it's still kind of thin. Might need 3 coats. 2 thin coats my foot. That's the other thing is like the whole, you know, 2 thin coats, which of course that's also a paint line now by Duncan Rhodes. Like I've never understood that premise with using black primer. Like, cause I do 2 thin coats on this gray and that ain't happening. Now maybe if you're just using it again as a base coat, so that way you can do highlights and stuff after, maybe it's better. It's fine. But considering I just coat and call it a day, 2 thin coats ain't cutting. Yeah, probably gonna need 3. But a benefit of thin is then that when you have to do 3 coats, it's not all globbed up. For flat paint, this is awfully shiny. How does that look? Yeah. All right, let's go back on Okoye, make sure she has, ooh, about to have a red thumb. Make sure she doesn't need any touch-up spots. We'll do another thin coat on her. She was pretty good to begin with, because by that point I think I had pulled the thicker paint into what was diluted. Oops. Make sure we have it coated good enough. This is the only thing of not having a real paint handle, right? Is like it's kind of big, so when you're trying to get underneath right there, it's hard to see. Yeah, I think that's good. I'm back. Ooh, Klaw. The Klaw. Yeah, David made a joke about Klaw earlier today. About the Toy Story. The Klaw. Alright, so got 2 coats of red on there. Alright, now pink, I am going to need to do some yellow for my pinks. So let's do my yellow. I got to do yellow on Vision's cloak. So we'll do, I think we'll do the yellow next. Yeah, because her armor isn't yellow. I'm going to do it gold because we did gold for Iron Man, so now we're kind of stuck with it. All right. Yeah, yellow covers just about as bad as red. And pink is like the worst and white, right? So white's bad, red's bad, so pink's just as bad as both of those combined. And yellow is, well, yellow. That's why I've got yellow primer. So when I get to the X-Men, they all get primed in yellow. We don't play that game. So like I said, I did all these before stream because I didn't want to use the mixer here because I'd have to keep hitting mute. These microphones seem to be more sensitive than they used to be. I don't know why. Like, I remember I used to have trouble with them, not picking things up correctly, but they seem like they're too sensitive now. I don't know if I messed something up when we moved, so the mixer settings aren't right. I don't know. All right. Oh, then I was showing the paints, and then sometimes I forget. So this is pale yellow. It's these WizKid paints. It was actually my first paint set, and these things last a pretty good amount of time, as tiny as they are. But these are the little WizKid starter sets, but it's Vallejo. Vallejo makes the paint for them. Army Painter, I think they still make the paint for them for the WizKid sets. But Army Painter, I know, is making some starter sets now for certain companies. All right. Vision's cloak, so the whole thing is yellow. Okay. And I'm not the Vision, unfortunately. I've got to paint him like the MCU version because that's the version they made the mini off of. So it's gonna be an MCU Vision. In the comics, I don't think they've made him the purple guy like he is everywhere else now. Like all media, they've been making him the purple color instead of the red and the green and yellow. Now he's purple, teal, and yellow, more or less. So yellow is one of those ones where sometimes it is better to be thinner because you're going to need more than one coat. Gotta keep it smooth like butter. Get a little bit of extra water in here. So I'd rather have it flow more. So I did have one color. I was debating between this and another color that I had. The other color has more green. And if you, of course, if you look at the MCU cloak, it's, you know, digital, like, it's supposed to look like a digital construct. So I debated making it more like that one. I only thought about that because it's got these little, you'd be able to see it now with the shininess. It's got these little bar looking things right here. All right, other side. Second verse, same as the first. Yeah, so I'll definitely need two coats on this. Ironheart, it's not that big of a deal because, like I said, she's gonna. I just need it as a base for pink. Don't worry, Vision. I'll take care of your neck for you in a second. Slap the paint in there. Actually good that I put this TV here for the stream earlier, because it's coming in really handy for the painting. The problem is my laptop is over there, and that's what I stream from, and no way I can read the chat over there. So when I was doing Marvel Champions, it was no problem because I could have the laptop actually on the gaming table, right? And it was no big deal because it didn't show up on camera. But when I have to zoom the camera out, right, for something like Marvel Champions or for Marvel United, yeah, no way. When we were in the old room that the baby now used, the old game room or studio, whatever we want to call it, we had this TV up there. Yeah, it's a good first coat. Any more yellow? His gem, but I think I'm going to make his gem. Might use the gold or something else for the gem. All right, and let's do her pink yellow. It's going to look funny. Oh, well. Okay. So, all of her armor is going to be yellow now. Or all of her pink armor is going to be yellow. I probably should be using a smaller brush. This is probably a bad idea. And I'm still going with it. Technically, I can do all the yellow and all the gold. So really, I can do her whole mask. Except for the black that I did earlier. And her shoulder pad. Yeah, I don't know what color this should be because the neck piece you can tell is supposed to be black. Guessing pink. And her shoulders, her arms. Up to where her gloves are. And the back. Nope. And this is why I was thinking probably painting her pink first might have been better. Because I'm gonna have to go back in with the black anyways. And then these little things. And yeah, because like I'm getting it on the neck now. I'm gonna repaint the neck. And I'm also using the wrong brush, which I said when I started this, and I continued to use it. Alright, then these are legs pieces. It's just weird where these line up. Like I can't even really tell. Yeah, so it's just these middle sections. And there's supposed to be some pink on her side of her chest somewhere. Oh wow, it's a tiny little line. I have to pull out the x-ray specs, I think. Catch all these tiny lines. It's like a tiny little... Yeah, gonna have to pull out the x-ray specs. Oh. The nerd glasses, as they call them, right? Problem is I gotta move my hat up. There we go. And I can't really show it on camera because the glasses don't. do far distances. All right, so there's one stripe in the middle. That's a stripe that needs to be pink. And of course I hit the wrong spot. Just tiny little thing in here. Now I see all the parts I missed. That's what I said, you put these things on and you see like every piece you missed. Yeah, I got yellow everywhere. That's fine. All right. Oh, and see, I can't even wear those that long because they're heavy and they hurt your nose. So that's how, like, normally I do all the regular painting and then I go back in and do all the touch up and details with those on. So I'll probably do the touch up and details not on stream. I'll just show everybody the final result. There we go. All right. So we know he's going to need 2 coats. Yes. Because my readers, I'm still getting used to my nose and everything still isn't used to wearing glasses all the time. So it kind of bothers my nose. Starts to hurt a little bit. It's not very smooth. It's kind of weird. They've got a texture on it, and so the texture is making me second guess the smoothness that I'm doing. That yellow just does not cover. Nothing. I think I forgot to show the color for this one too. I'm a horrible painting streamer. Need to dilute this just a little bit more. I think I'm at that point where you just need it to be smooth. This is probably going to need a 3rd coat, just like Klaw. It's getting there. At least I'm not using yellow yellow. I don't know the trick for yellow yellow. I think it's brown first. And then yellow on top of the brown, or like an orangish brown. Like a burnt umber, I think is the trick. You have to do like a nice bright yellow. I usually, this yellow I use is pretty much what I usually use as a base coat for yellow, and then I'll put the brighter yellow on top of it. There we go. And again, I did the yellow, which is on the outside, instead of doing him first. So probably going to have to touch it up. I'm doing nothing in the right order. All right, Klaw. I think Okoye, I think she's fine. Because with her, once I put the other colors next to it, it'll be better. And Klaw, I messed up. I missed some pieces. I didn't do his head. So yeah, 3 more coats on his head. Let's get his head, so that we at least get some paint on that, and then do the 3rd coat on everything else. All right, coat number 3 on Klaw. I might just slap on there because to leave some spots that are a little bit shadowed. Oh well, at this point, 3 coats is my limit. Yeah, it's still a bit thin because it's even bubble still. The Klaw. Yeah, I feel like in the Black Panther movie, they really didn't do Klaw service. I know in the movies they were trying to be more realistic. And he also wasn't supposed to be the primary villain. But like, I feel like they could have done more with him. The thing with yellow is it takes a lot of patience because you need more coats and you have to be able to wait for each coat to dry. Yeah, it's a lot of mini painters. You know, they get a small hair dryer. That would be fun on stream. You guys see me air dry and everything. That's the other reason why I think when you're painting like regular minis, right? Not regular minis, but you're painting either showpieces or you're painting a single guy like in Warhammer, right? Where you're trying to make him your focal point. Yeah, you gotta wait for everything to dry. But when you're batch painting like this, just grab another mini and start painting it its color. What palette will keep the paint wet long enough? I think I've got him. He's where he's gonna be. I don't think he's gonna get any redder than this. I think once I get the other colors on him, then the red will be okay. Aren't many shortcuts, whatever. Averland Sunset from Citadel was a great yellow base coat color, and yellow ink on white primer is good. I haven't gotten into inks yet. I see a lot of use with inks, but like a lot of times it's for either panel lining or in an airbrush. And since I don't try to do really complicated paint jobs, the panel lining isn't of use to me, right? And I don't own an airbrush. Again, that would be interesting on a stream. Air compressor going off every 3 seconds. Yeah, I think once I get that purple in there, I think this will be good for tabletop standard, as we say. All right. Okay, what do I want to go on to next? I need to finish somebody. Somebody needs to be finished by the end of this stream. How long have I been streaming? Hour and a half. That's not bad. I was thinking 4. I could do up to 4 hours. When I paint, I usually paint for about 4 hours. So if I get all these minis done tonight, then what do I do tomorrow night? What do I paint tomorrow? Although that's my key, right? I have to paint my minis if I want to play the game. So I guess since we did the yellow, is it dry? Yeah, I guess we'll move on to the pink. This time I'm going to use my smaller brush. Because, yeah. Pixie Pink. Oh, just to prove it to you guys. Pixie Pink. Pixie Pink? Pixie Pink. There we go. So I'm doing Pixie Pink for her, and I'm not going to do Vision. Oh, dang it, I got to do Vision. I forgot to do his... Hang on. I forgot I got to do all Vision's fuchsia stuff pink. I mean, this actually coats pretty good. I've used the Warlord purple before. It probably doesn't need I don't think I need to do that in yellow. I think we're good compared to pink. I think I've used Warlord purple straight out the bottle before and it was fine. All right, that is a messy lid. Clean you after I squirt you out. Worst case, I have some extra of this and I just throw it on his face. There we go. Oh, did I use any paints today that need their lids repainted? This one goes... Boop, 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 boop. Boop. What else did I do? I did red. Yeah, the reds came off. I need to do. I saw somebody. They basically just paint the entire lid. They prime it, paint it, and then you that didn't work very well, Will. They prime it, paint it, and then put a varnish on it so it doesn't come off. I think that's a little bit too much. It's easy enough to just dip them again. Ooh, that might be too much dipped. Careful. Don't shut the lid tonight. What other color do you use? I use the black, but it's almost gone. All right. pink time. All right, get my reference. I'll have the twirl down. Paintbrush twirl. It's like it's a science to get the paintbrush twirl to work. Cheeks, no, cheeks are going to be gold. That actually doesn't matter if I get a little bit of pink on it. I'm going to paint over it in gold. You have a pink helmet. I don't know if this is the pink I want to be using now, though. Kind of looks weird. Looks like it's too light. Like on the, I know everything darkens. I mean, on the bottle, it's darker. Guess we'll see once it's done. So this whole thing is pink. So, the kneecaps are part of the boot. But there is a pink break. So you have this kneecap thing. You have yellow under the kneecap. And you have pink around the yellow. Gotta love it. We'll say this is the pink piece. Different. That's what we're going to go with. We're going to go with that piece is supposed to be pink. And that would be the yellow piece. Right? Right. That's what we're going with. Oh no, there's a mark underneath of it. Now I'm confused. It doesn't match the art, but there's like a mark on her boot. Oh, that'd be the yellow. That's the other yellow. Okay. That's the other yellow. So where is this? There maybe? So in some minis, I feel like they just add lines to add lines. You're never going to figure out what that line was actually meant for. With more pink on it, it's looking better. When it was just the little bit of pink, it was kind of off-putting. Pink, pink, pink. I had this open for. I think I used this last time I did when I did Spider-Gwen. So I painted an entire set of Spider-Geddon. It really came out nice. And now I've got to paint the entire thing again because we did it as a giveaway. I actually have 2 more Marvel United base games with the Spider-Verse and Doctor Strange, those bundles they were selling on Amazon for a while. I picked up 2 of those for a giveaway with the intent of painting them. So, yes, that's a thing too. There she goes. I think I've got most of it. I think anything beyond this is going to be more touch-up and finding it when I use my X-ray specs. That's a hard part to get into. So there's this weird, just a small thing underneath the helmet right there. Don't even know why I was worried about it, because she'd be sitting on the table like this and you would you'd never see that. You would never see it. Yeah, I think she's good. I don't think this is the pink I want to use on Vision. I mean, I might just do it as a base coat just because I've got it on my palette now. But I think I don't want him pink. I think I want him more fuchsia. Pink doesn't taste good. Pink doesn't taste good. And these glasses are less comfortable than my normal glasses, but I can't see at that distance with the 1x zooms I tried this afternoon. Need to go to the actual eye doctor and get an actual pair of glasses that I can wear. So he's got a pink thing on his chest, his gloves are pink, his boots are pink. He's got a pink side. Okay. So we're just gonna smack some paint in here, and then we will deal with the repercussions later. How far does this go? It stops right at the edge. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, it's got a little line there, so that's what I'm going to go with. Alright, and then he's got like a triangle thing on his chest. Not nearly as detailed as the art. Alright, and then his gloves, his boots. Yeah, I think it's definitely too pink. This is it's pixie pink, but I'm going to call it almost, well, I guess not bubblegum pink. Bubblegum pink's a lighter pink. That makes me think of bubblegum pink. Alright, and his, so it's kind of weird because they've got his sides kind of transitioning in color. No way I'm pulling that off. So I think I'm just going to stop under the armpit. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Just stop at the armpit. They're doing a teal to pink transition. And his boots. I like this. This is one of the neat sculpts because it's like he's phasing, you know, he's phasing through the wall. I think this foot's on this side of the wall. Yeah, he's pushing off with this foot. And then his other foot's in the back of the wall. It's kind of cool. I think that's it, right? He's got some highlights that are pink, but again, I'll do that when I do the details. Boots, gloves, face. Yeah. Again, I mean, I just on the gray it looks too light, so I just have a feeling that when I put the the turquoise color that I didn't shake up on him. What turquoise do I want to use? Nope, too light. We want a dark. Warlord Orb, new. Elemental Bolt. That might be too bright. Yeah, it might be too bright. What's my next step up? Vatiday Jade. No, that's too dark. Why is that in the middle of that and Toxic Mist? Toxic Mist too light. And what's this? Verdun. That's too light. Guess we're going with Elemental Bolt. I don't think this is the color I want to use though. I feel like it doesn't have enough. I feel like this is too light. This is too dark. I'm trying to figure out like what color am I trying to make. What is missing? Maybe a touch of blue? So this is what I'm trying to match. And on the TV it looks like a match. It might be. I mean, it'll darken up, so maybe we'll go with this. Alright, so this has never been shaken or used. Oh, can hear them stainless steel balls going. Another one's going to be fun to paint is Quicksilver, because Quicksilver is basically just light blue and white. That's it, light blue and white. That was enough. Video of the baby, most likely. Look me, baby. She is down in Colombia. They're visiting their tío in the south. So, unlike me, who's in Florida and it's cold right now, they went south and actually got warm again. Which is kind of, it's actually the opposite, because we're in Bogota is actually cold normally, most of the time. But they went further south, so they went out down the mountain. And then it's warm again. Let's see where his mouth is, where his helmet is. I don't know. Is that the color I want? Something about this color isn't making me happy. I think it's because Vision's supposed to be green, not teal, aquamarine, whatever he is here. This is going to take 2 coats as well. This is where painting in the wrong order is going to come back and bite me. I'm having to paint down in here, down in this little itty bitty gully. It's got yellow down in it, but it needs to be the green. This is where Audrey would come in handy. She's actually really good at like mixing the colors and making them match compared to me. I do okay, but she's really good at it. We're gonna have some yellow cleanup. Clean up on aisle 2. I don't know. It's one of those things. It's like it kind of looks good, kind of doesn't. I look at it on the camera, it kind of looks good. I look at it here, I'm kind of not happy with it. There's an app, I don't know how accurate it is anymore. There's an app that I found that you can take a picture of the art of something and it'll try to find a matching color. It's I can't say it's, you know, as accurate as possible. It's the same as like when you go to the websites that say, hey, what's the equivalent color to this? And sometimes they're right, sometimes they're not even close. That's annoying. Kind of another one of those deep in a crevice situations. Alright, almost done the suit. Where is my super suit? Yeah, you're definitely gonna have to have 2 coats on this. Maybe that wasn't shaken up enough, or just the type of color it is. Alright, how's that look? Getting focused. There we go. Maybe I get the purple. Maybe it's just the pink doesn't look good with it. And once I get the purple on there, it'll be better. Or not purple, but the what's the color I'm talking about? The purpley pink. Fuchsia? Fuchsia. Clean up that cloak a little bit. Unfortunately. Colors are painted in the wrong order. I don't know how. Like, I've tried and tried to get the nice pointy brush the entire time I paint, and I've never had a brush stay pointy like you see in the videos. I don't know if that's the difference of the Colinci sable hair brushes, that they're just that much better than these army painter ones. I don't know. No matter how I twirl, no matter how I clean it and then make it pointy, it never wants to stay pointy. I completely missed that sleeve. All right. So yeah, we're gonna have to do another coat of the green on him. All right, so who are we going to? Where are we going? Let's try to get somebody done. Let's do Claw. Claw's simple. He's only 2 colors. I just need purple. Purple. Is it a race? Lanniston, you haven't told me how many you're done to see whether I'm falling behind. I've got 10 to your 3, I think you said you had, or 5. So this is just purple. Just normal purple. Vallejo purple. I actually really like Vallejo, but the problem is it's just hard to get in the US. That was way too much purple, Will. And this is not the purple I'm using for vision, so yay me. Oh, Claw just went flying off. Alright, I think I'm gonna do the, well, I mean, I gotta do a lot with his briefs, so we'll start with the big brush. And we'll go down to the small brush as needed. I know this darkens up because the cap has the darker color on it already, because I, marked the cap. And that was on white, so this better darken up. I was working on 11 to use up the paint, but I'm back to 2. Nothing finished. I take my time. Yeah, depending how I paint, sometimes I can get it's roughly 15 minutes a mini. Sometimes it's about an hour a mini. It depends how much little details they have that I gotta hunt down, or how many coats I gotta put on. But it's not because I'm doing the detail myself, right? We wear short shorts. I'm saying I'm gonna get myself demonetized for singing, but I'm not monetized anymore. Not only do we wear short shorts, we wear purple short shorts. Mm-hmm. Jeez, Bella. I don't know why she does that. She like her plate's empty. She just keeps licking it and licking it and licking it. It bounces against a tray we have it on. It's like she has dry food, but she just keeps licking this one plate. There we go. He's got his purple shorts on now. Him and the Hulk can hang out in the Purple Pants Club. I'm trying to think, is that the same one I used for Hulk's pants? See, it looks like it's going to get dark according to this. See, it looks very light in comparison. Like I've got a darker purple. I got an alien purple. Guess we will see. I mean, I guess it looks okay. I mean, you can tell the two distinct colors, so. Yeah, it is dark enough. And that's, I think, one thing that, especially with new painters, right, is you don't realize how much a color is going to darken up, right? All right. I'm going to try to finish somebody completely. Problem is I'm not going to be able to do much of the details here, so I guess we'll just keep base coating. Yeah, he's got those little... All right, so we needed to do 2 coats of the green, so we'll do another coat of the green. Oy. All right. I figured that was going to happen. She barked. I knew she'd want to go out as soon as she didn't come back. And of course, as soon as I put paint on the paintbrush. All right, so put up the beer right back, and I'll let Bella out. All right, there we go. Puppy has gone out. I say puppy. She's like, I keep forgetting how old she is. I think she'll be 15 this year. Not quite a puppy, but I guess for dog owners, your dog is always a puppy. And she's leaving me again. I don't know why I have the snacks. Oh, I gave her a snack and now she's not eating the dry food I said she wasn't going to eat earlier. I got a dog for his son last July 1st at the time. Last July 1 at the time. Okay. Yeah, that's Bella's getting up there in years, right? And you know we have Lucita, who's now 2, and like we get home from groceries, and she's like, Beezy and jelly beans. Don't know how she says it. Beezy, she says Beezy, but jelly beans, she says slightly different. Son is 9. Never had a dog before. Wow, really? Never had a dog before. I grew up with dogs. Audrey was kind of like Audrey. Never had a dog. Never had a cat. Until she moved up here. Now she couldn't imagine not having them. Even though she's actually allergic to cats. I think we've said that on a couple streams before. But we still have a cat. Luckily, she's not like deathly allergic. It's just, you know, allergies. Or just like hay fever kind of allergies, right? Where you just get stuffy nose and watery eyes type thing. I'm way off camera. I was way off camera. So at least you got the dog was 1 year old, so I'm guessing, hopefully, he was probably already potty trained. You didn't have to go through that enjoyment. All right, I'm gonna have to pull out the little brush and get underneath this chin. He's got one little spot. I don't even know if I'm, yeah, right there. I was like, I don't even know if I'm gonna get it in the camera. One little spot. Again, you would never see it unless you turn the mini that direction while playing the game. I don't know if mini painting and OCD go hand in hand, because that's the only reason. Yeah, the teal grew on me. Teal grew on me. I guess we'll go on to his fuchsia. House trained, yes, but rescued from a native reserve with almost no human contact. Oh, really? She's very chill, but also skittish. Yeah, there's one of our friends. Their dog's kind of like that. Had to give me a snack. If I get at least one done, and Vision's like the closest, I think, being, well, I say closest, but again, Black Panther, all I've got to do is put the silver on him and do his base. Guess I should just finish Black Panther. Just say I've got one finished. Huh. I think this one's clogged a little. I don't know if this paint's going to work well. So this is WizKids. I forgot. I got to do this. This is how you be a professional painter. WizKids Warlord Purple. And so here's the problem. The only problem with these little sets, I don't know if you have any of these, like these, Lindsay. These little sets, or the sets that they make exclusive, the number code is not translatable. Because sometimes they'll even use the same number code that they use for a totally different color. So like I had some of these, like the Zombicide ones, right? Because, oh, I got, you know, Black Plague, Green Horde. Okay, I'll just buy the Black Plague, Green Horde sets. And these color codes don't line up with their real, you know, Army Painter color. Because I was trying to figure out, like, what paints I had and what were the Army Painter equivalent to, do I need to buy another one? And they don't match up very well. Let me add a little bit of water to this because that was kind of gloopy coming out of there. All right. So this is the color I wanted it to be. So let's see how much better this is on the, at least the pink. I think the teal grew on me. I think I'm fine with the teal now. I guess I could have done the fade thing. What I would have needed to do is paint it green first and then have a really diluted pink, right? Technically. Yeah. Oops, did I miss some green there? Yeah, I did. Tap, 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 tap. Vision's looking good. I feel like that's a reason why, I don't know why, in my head, right, I was like, we're not going to play a game until the minis are painted. Because we know, right, if you play the game without painted minis, then you probably will never paint the minis. Because, well, you've already played the game. I feel like that probably has reduced number of games we played, or at least, you know, because they had minis, we didn't play that game, we played a different game. I did play Sleeping Gods without the painted minis. That broke my heart. Unsettled, I did a quick slap chop, metallic slap chop paint job on them. I actually messed up the metallic paint that I used for primer came out really thick. So like a couple of them lost pretty much all their detail. And instead of stripping it, I just went with it. Like, I'm playing solo. Two of the guys look good. We'll just go with those two. And his face. I have to touch up the green, unfortunately. So again, I'm using this brush that I should have put away a while ago and gotten a different one. It had slightly better tip. Instead, I'm proving pointy brushes aren't needed. That's the point. This is the video, right? I'm trying to prove you don't need pointy brushes. That's why none of my campaign games get played not painted and won't play unless they are. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, I have a bunch of games that, you know, would be probably popular on the channel. People would want to watch them. I mean, I've got all-in pledges from tons of games that have tons of minis. And unfortunately, because I paint, and you're probably the same way, Lance, because I paint, I'm not going to pay for Sundrop. It's like, because even then, like, I'm like, all right, fine. If I can, if I don't want to paint it, I can at least Sundrop it myself. Because I've done that. I've Sundropped some games so I can get them played. My only problem with that then comes to, then I see somebody else has actually painted that mini, and I'm like, oh, that looks so good. I'm like, I don't want my Sundrop anymore. Like I did my Wonderland's War. I did like a Sundrop technique to it. Same with my original Title Blades. And then I see somebody paints it, right? And I see a picture on BGG, and I'm like, oh, I'd rather have mine painted. And that was supposed to be teal. Where you at? Where you at, Vision? Get in the middle. Yeah. Looks pretty close. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I got some more green I gotta do. Yeah, like I got primal. I gotta paint my all-in primal awakening, and then the new primal. You know, I backed that. So stalker. Oh yeah, I got down here. I still gotta do. What was that? Dragon eclipse. So much, so much. Tiny little lines in my mini. Tiny little lines make me feel fine. Oops. A little heavy-handed there. Got these tiny lines which are like the divider between the color, and in the art they're like just a slight shade darker, right? But I don't want to go through that. Guess I could make it slightly darker, just add a little bit of this blue that's on the palette. Where's that sweet spot? There it is. Yeah, gotta redo his chin. I accidentally painted his chin. Little chin piece. And his eyes are white with the green dots. There we go. Alright. Color do I make the cinder block wall? I'm going to try to get one guy done. Vision is currently the winner in that category. Oops. Goes Jim just that way. Doesn't look out of place. Still gonna go over it with gold though, so. There we go. Vision is 90% done. Let's see here. What color do I want for the bricks? How do I not have a color called brick red? Got Mars red. It's just gonna be too orange. I have terracotta. That would work. Something else was about this color. I don't know what it was though. So I had a flesh tone I really liked because I used it for Falcon, but I think I mixed it, and I don't think any of my flesh tones are what I want to use today. But I kind of have to because, well, I mean, I can mix, but we did that with Miss Marvel and Miss America, America Chavez, and we just couldn't get it right because we forgot. I think we forgot about the, it's going to darken up. So like even like here, I was worried about this pink, and it's darkened up quite a bit. I don't know if it needs it'll probably need a second coat. All right, well, let's go ahead and get this brickwork done. Probably do a dry brush over it anyways. I don't know why I touched up the cloak before I did this. Probably was not a smart idea because I'm probably gonna need to do it again. Bella's just rolling around back there. No apparent reason, just doing it. Need to have one mini done so I can update the thumbnail of the video. For no other reason. See how this looks when it dries. It almost looks like the color of Shuri in the art. But it's got a little bit of red because of the terracotta. So I'm not sure if I'd want to use this for her. Probably should have. Vision's looking good. Thanks. Appreciate it. Classic. Well, not really, because like I said, classic. He's red and green and yellow. And the modern MCU, he's this teal and purple. But it is what it is. And I probably should have done the base. I keep doing things out of order, and I guess I'm rusty. Because I should have done the regular base before I started doing these bricks, because now I'm going to have to do them again after I put the tan down. Or I don't. I just call that just regular rubble. Yeah. Yep. Get some on the yellow. Did I get enough on the yellow to annoy me and I'm going to need to paint over it? That's the bigger question. All right. So I used to use a gray for like all of my base rubble, but I can't remember. I think it's wolf gray. I think I used wolf gray and then I put the shade on top, I think. Dungeon gray, because it's got like a blue, like a slight blue tone, and then you put the shade on it and it looks good. Where is my wolf gray? Uniform field. Mountain stone. Very dark. Okay, I'm getting darker that way. Maybe it's up with the blues. Yep, there it is. Yeah, so it says WizKids Wolf Gray. And Wolf Gray is another one of those weird colors. Because I've got Wolf Grays that's this blue-gray color, and then I've got other Wolf Grays that are like a purpley color. Oh, the Glacier Blue. That's what I was looking for, because I need that for her exhaust and all that stuff. Oh, there we go. It's like, where is that? I was trying to find the ball bearing. Some of these paints have not been, actually most of these paints have not been shaken in like maybe a year or more. That's why I tried to, the colors I knew I was going to need, I tried to get them all shaken up. Right, get a little bit of water in this one because that was kind of thick. It's funny, like I paint the rubble gray over top of gray primer, and it's really just because like if I still see that gray primer, even if I put like a wash on it, I'm like, I feel like I didn't paint it. No, I always paint it anyways. I think I've even painted something with a gray that was very close to the primer gray, and in the end I was like, I didn't care for it. I saw someone attach some kind of, yeah, clamp to a power drill. Yeah. Now I got one of those little mixers that most people get, that people use for test tube vials. I was thinking though, like, what would be a way to mass shake, like shake everything you have. Now, like I said, this case I have is foam. It's actually foam is what it is to hold all the bottles. So I'm wondering, like, okay, if I took that thing, strapped it together, right, and had some kind of like shaking machine, like they have at Lowe's, right? Get one of those industrial shakers they do for your paint, for your wall paint, and just shake the entire case. Go to town. I don't know why I'm painting the rim gray. It's not going to be gray once I'm done. Now the easy part. Well, let that dry first, and then I just Just need to put the wash on it. I think I do want to dry brush the brick though. But I need a color to do that. Probably the off-white I'm going to use later. This is my dry brush. I think I need some super glue. All right. It's probably too much, but okay. Doing all this, and now I'm gonna have to repaint his boots. Tip: do your dry brushing before you paint your boots. And then I think what I'll do is I'll take a little bit of the red from the bricks. What's on that? We'll dry brush all our rocks down here. Dry brush the rocks. And it kind of goes in with the bricks falling off. That works. BCBZB. Yeah, it's still got some paint on it. Definitely don't want to put my elbow in that. All right, so now I got to repaint his boots. Although to a small degree, it kind of added like highlights. So it's kind of like a... I didn't know some people use that as a highlight method. They just dry brush highlight and it, you know, works. And it depends on, I guess, the style. If that's style. For me, I'm just going plain style. I do want to learn how to do the comic book style. And so if I get all these base coated, and that's another thing, like, because I've always thought about doing it that way, is if I get these all base coated, then once I test, because I'm not going to do it on my Marvel United minis, once I test on another IP, cartoon IP, maybe like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle game I got, and I get the cell shading down, then I can just convert these, right? Because it's just a matter of adding the lighter or darker color in the right spot to get that cell shading look. There he goes. There he is. Miss America. Yeah, I did mess up his knee. I thought I hit his knee. Yeah, so I need a touch of my elemental bolt. Just a smidgen. Just a smidgen. I hit right on the end of this kneecap. And actually, as I think about it, his head I forgot to touch up earlier. There we go. Let me get his wash, do his black ring, and I can say that I have at least one mini done. See how much I can get done. I'll probably do the 4 hours I was thinking I was going to do. So that's another hour. I should be able to at least get one more person done, right? Where is my wash? Good old Nuln Oil. Actually, I use a bunch of different washes, but Nuln Oil is first thing I picked up, so it wins. Yeah, this Nuln Oil I actually got for free. I ordered some other paints from somebody, and I guess they saw my email address, so they sent me a couple Citadel paints. So most the regular paints I've put into where'd they go? I put them into dropper bottles, but the Nuln Oil, I mean, that doesn't really go in a dropper bottle. I mean, I guess technically I could. But since you splash so much on it, it really didn't make sense to put it in a dropper bottle. What is this? Oh, dry rust. Glistening blood. Yeah, soft tone. Then I got my tones. I do have one other one actually that I use. I've been using a lot. I think I mostly use it on my zombie side, but it's a it's oiled earth, so it's supposed to look like, you know, greasy oil, and it's got like sediment kind of in the bottom of it. So usually when I do city stuff, I use this. So like when I do the Zombicide, I'm using this in the Zombicide minis for the bases. Yeah, this thing definitely needs to be shaken up. Can't get that off. I even have I probably need to add some more ball bearings to it. All right, let's dry this ring so I can paint it, get the normal off the edge of the ring. There we go. And my solid black. Just black. Actually, I want to try this. So I got some when what was the store that just went out of business? There was a Joann's Crafts. They went out of business. So I picked up a whole bunch of just random like paints and crafts and different things like I don't know what they call it. It's like texture paste and stuff like that, just to see what I could do with it. But they had black. They had a big bottle of just black artist paint. And I'm like, I need black for everything. So I picked it up and see how it works. This you cannot put in your mouth, I don't think. I think the yellow you definitely can't. So because it has cadmium in it. So this is cadmium yellow. So definitely don't put that in your mouth. But it coated pretty good just by dipping it. So I forgot I had that, but I mean that's more yellow than I wanted to go. On his cape. All right, let's see how this goes. All right. Get us a base ring done and well, I do need to do some details. I think I do his eyes and stuff like that, but I'll do that offline. There's no way I'm going to try to do his eyes on camera. Or I don't do his eyes at all and I let Audrey do it when she comes back. She's much better at the eyes too. She's done pretty much every eye on every small mini that we actually do eyes on. Like the Zombicide, nah, I don't even do the eyes. I throw some sepia shade or dark shade and call it a day. Yeah, that looks good. I like the it's covering pretty good. I don't have a problem with it. It does come off a little bit easier. Like normally I can do like a couple passes with regular acrylic. This is kind of coming off a little bit when I do a second pass. Like normally I could do a couple passes, make it nice and smooth, and then just, you know, that's it. There we go. It's not holding by the black ring. So that is done, minus the gold accents and his eyes. That's what I'm saying. Even with these minis, like, you don't have to do their eyes. I mean, you can't really tell, but if you can get the eyes to look good, it makes a big difference. All right, so we have one done. One. All right, let me get Black Panther because I know I can get him done pretty quick. Because all I got to do is detail work. But let me get his base done. What color do I want his base? All right, I'm gonna need leather brown for all the leather, so maybe I'll make his base leather brown. His looks like it's more rocks and stuff like that. That's not going to work right. Oh, knew that was going to happen. Good thing I need a lot of this. It was clogged just a little bit. I saw it coming out and then it went pop. I don't know if there's a good way for bases and feet not to fight each other. Like you think, okay, let's do the base first. But then you mess it up because of the feet. So let's do the feet first. And then you mess the feet up because of the base. This is really a nature miniature painting. Always going to have to do touch-up. This part of it you can kind of cover up with the wash. And of course, a little piece of right at his foot. And it doesn't matter, I'm going to dry brush this, which means I'm probably going to have to repaint his feet anyways. Alright. Yeah, it's about the only thing I do is I do, like, for whatever reason, I do dry brushing on the bases. And that's about the most extra texture or detail I do. Sometimes on the hair, I know Audrey's done that. She's like done the extra, a couple hair strands a different color to make it match the art a little bit. All right. Hey, we still have a little bit of the paint. Still a little bit. Still a little bit too wet to dry brush. Right, we'll come back to you. All right, so to do his stripes and stuff, I think I want to do. I don't want it to be really bright, so I think I'm just gonna do. I want to do gunmetal, just so it like shines a little bit. Maybe. His eyes should be easy because they're actually yellow. Alright. Can't see what I'm doing because I'm doing on. tap, 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 tap. Just keep tapping. It's like Dory says, just keep swimming. In this case, just keep tapping. There we go. We have ice. I mean, it is kind of bright. I guess maybe I'll do the wrought iron for the. I think I was going to do the gunmetal for Killmonter's chest plate. Either running out of that or it's very thin. Because like some paints I put on the mixer for a while and barely heard the ball shake. And then other ones I put on the mixer like for a few seconds, like, whoa, there's a ball. All right. You're a little bit too far away. Come here. Probably could just put you on the cardboard too. There we go. That makes it pop. It's like I found the perfect spot. This is exactly where I need to hold it. How do I make sure that this is always where I hold it to make it in focus? How's it built to it? Now it shows bands on his wrist. And it shows another one higher up. Oh, there we go. It's okay, it's at the top of the gauntlet. Let's do a little bit of touch up. Where's that sweet spot? There it is. I don't know if I want to go through the effort of doing a slightly lighter black on his entire suit, because like it naturally highlights just from the yeah, it naturally highlights just from the light. There. Tiny details. What is this? Too hard. Big splotch. What I need to find, I saw it on eBay Miniature Rescues. He has he calls it, it was called like a metallic black. So it was like a black, but it just had a little bit of shine to it. That would have been perfect for this. I mean, gunmetal kind of works. Actually, I'm not even using gunmetal, I'm using wrought iron. All right. Might help you for your eyes to get those micron pins. Yeah. Yeah. I tried, like, I have the micron pins. Well, I was using Sharpies, right? So I mean, this is just an example, but it's got, you know, the fine tip on the one end, but I bought some that are just the fine tips. And, like, the ink doesn't ever want to come out right. I decided to paint the irises on minis I'm doing. Mostly worked out. Eyes almost at the same height. Yeah, so I saw a video of how to do eyes. And the failure that most painters do is you make them round. You're making everything round. You're making the eye, the pupil round. You're making the iris round. In actuality, it's not, right? Because you have a little bit of an eyelid on the bottom and the top, so it's, you know, it should be more elongated. And then your pupil, same thing. It's just not a single dot in the middle. You know, that eyelid would kind of cover it on the top and the bottom. So basically what they tell you to do is draw an oval, like more of an oval shape, but not too thin because then it would look like snake eyes. And then draw the eyelids, like on each side. So then it cuts the pupil down enough to where it looks natural. Well, as I was saying, on small enough minis, I just don't even do eyes anymore. It's just not worth having eyes that are going like this or just two dots, you know, staring right at you. All right, gotta do a little bit of the Necromancer cloak cleanup. And hopefully by that point, then I'll be able to do my dry brushing. All right, where did I mess up? Down in here. Somewhere, I remember around his neck that on the necklace I messed up somewhere. Not seeing it now. I don't think he has any of the stuff on his legs. Unfortunately, none of the art had his legs. So we're just going to go with he doesn't. I think that's it. Yep. Off the mat. Like I said, the light, the natural light makes those little raised pieces pop out. Like, don't want to spend the time of adding a little bit of like light gray to the necromantic cloak just to make him have light gray lines. Or using a, I don't know, different gray, like this stone gray. I don't know. I'll figure that out when I decide how much more detail I'm going to add to everybody. Let me do his eyes one more time, because They went away. Oops. A little heavy-handed on that one. I'm gonna have to cloak that up. We're gonna have to do what I said, what I just said. Paint it too big and then color in the eyelids. There we go. Whoop. Get over there. Get on the screen, Black Panther. Yeah, that makes them pop a little bit more. They were as it lightened up and darkened, you couldn't see them anymore. All right, so now we can do our dry brushing. All right. Where is? Forgot. I have to shake these because of the ball bearings in them. So if you use ball bearings and you store it like this, because I wanted to make sure that the paint was staying here. Yeah, make sure you shake them before you do it. Otherwise, the ball bearing can sometimes get stuck in the hole and you just get paint all over the place. Did not happen this time, but it was about to. Alright, so now we're gonna dry brush these rocks. And just enough so that way once you put the wash on it, right, variation in the color. A little bit thicker dry brush than I wanted to put on there. All right. So for his, I don't think I want to go with no. I think I want to go with there we go. Umber, burnt umber. I don't know why I did that earlier. I put the metallic paint on my lid, and I forgot I have these little things you pick up. You get these at the Dollar Tree. You probably have these. They work real good. They serve their purpose. I use them mostly for speed paints because that's really the best way to use speed paints is just put them in a container. All right, we're gonna slap this shade on there and call Black Panther done, I think. There's that. And wipe off the edge. And give us a base ring. A lot of people with their Marvel United minis, they did the base rings in the color of, you know, the heroes are blue and the villains are red. I debated if I wanted to go back and do it. I didn't. Perfectly content with my black ring. Some games I've done different colored rings. Because the player character, the player color is important, right? To know who you are. Most of the time I just go black. Now for Zombicide, I am gonna make them different colors, so you know what's what. Makes it easier to tell who's who and what's what. Oh, well, that didn't work out like I wanted it to. There we go. All ringed up, ready to go. All right, I guess the only other one that's like quick to finish is going to be Klaw, because all I got to do on him is his face and the base as well. Oh, and his gun, which is technically just all gunmetal. Said gunmetal, but this is wrought iron. I guess I'll leave it as wrought iron. It's a little bit shinier than I really want it to be, but that's fine. And of course I painted outside the lines. And considering he's, well, I was saying he's from the Black Panther set, but he wasn't. He was from the stretch goals in the multiverse. I'll still do his base the same color. Okay, so I can't dry brush that right away, so we will do his face. Like I said, in the comics, he does not have a pale face, or pale skin, peach skin, Caucasian skin, whatever you want to say. He's got a more of a robotic, because he's pure energy now, if I remember correctly. I guess I'll definitely know for sure. So, Lance, I don't know if you heard of one of my free streams, right? Or saw in the comments, I started a podcast, and that's for Marvel. So, eventually I'll cover him. But yeah, I think that's the case. He's pure energy now. So I have the Reaper Bones paints. I'm not a fan. Like, people talk about these all the time, but like, I'm really not a fan. They say they're high density, but like, I've never had good luck with them. We'll see. I'll try to color his face with this. See what happens. Oh, I gotta do his headband too. Well, actually, his little zigzag thing is a separation of colors. Oh, how am I gonna do that? I guess if I dilute something enough and then drip it in there. Well, that's not working. It's clogged. And I don't have a pen with me. Guess we're going to do a different color. Let's go with Corpse Pale. Yeah, see, like this one, I already hear the ball bearing shaking in it. Okay. Let that dry because it'll probably need a second coat, because pale flesh tones normally need a second coat. You should be able to do the dry brush on the base now, though. Okie dokie. So the question is, do I want to mess with the silver in between there? I might do that later when I can wear the other glasses and zoom in. All right, touch-ups. Red touch-ups. Probably touching up the mask is not. I'm gonna have to do a second coat anyways. Probably a stupid idea. Hard to see anything on his face because of how light it is, and then the light. Alright, let's finish the base, and then I gotta get the white for his eyes. and white. Dragon white. So I got 3 with 0 paint on them, but 2, this will be 3 almost finished, and then 3 more with paint on them. It's not that bad for 4 hours of work. Not bad. So let me get him knocked out, and I think that will be the end of our broadcast day. Alright, I can't see that unless you bring it close to me. You do not get to watch me do his eyes. Alright. No, touch up on my face. Yeah, I still gotta do his headband too. Good. Headband. There we go. Probably still can't see the eyes because probably same thing, probably get washed out. Yeah, really can't see it there because it gets washed out, but here I can see him. Alright, let's do his headband. Well, I still got the metallic is wet. Where's that sweet spot? There it is. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to do the lines in his pants and stuff or not. I'll figure it out tomorrow. Figure it out tomorrow. Or, I guess, today, tomorrow. It is the next day now. All right, let's do his base ring, and we are done. All right. It's not too bad. 3 done. 1, 2, 3. Although, because the camera doesn't auto zoom, you can't really see them. I'll do one final reveal and sign off. All right. So I got Vision. And now I didn't do his eyes, and did everybody else's eyes, so I got to do his eyes. And then I got to do his gold trim. So I think I'm gonna do his gem in gold, and then the gem here I think I'm gonna do in gold, and then these weird little markings. Can't really see them because of how bright it is, but there's weird little markings on his cape. I think I'm gonna make those gold. We got Black Panther. Same thing. I don't think I'm going to do the rest of the lines on his outfit, and I think it looks fine without him being a slightly lighter shade of black. Because I think the light, I think, hits it at a good enough to where it's visible. And then last one we have is Klaw. And same thing. The separation's there, but it's not like as vibrant as the art because there's supposed to be paint down in all those little zigzags. So, I don't know if I'm gonna do that or not. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, that was kind of wet. Maybe, maybe not. Where is webcam only? There it is, webcam only. All right, guys. Woo! That was a lot. A lot of my eyes. My old eyes can't take this much more. All right, that was our first paint and chat. I enjoy Lanniston coming out and chatting with me on the first one. Hopefully we get more people as these go on. I will be finishing these minis tomorrow. Shouldn't be too hard. I only have these 3. I didn't get any paint on them. Nope. Belly, okay? Sound like she choked up a bone. So I didn't get any paint on these 3, but Shuri, I mean, is pretty much just the same as Black Panther. She's all black, so there's not much I got to do to her except for her feathers and stuff. Ironheart is pretty much mostly done too, but she has like a lot of fine detail, so probably do most of her finish work offline. Okoye, we got her shirt done, but the rest of it's like browns, so just lots of browns. And then Captain Carter, same fun style. She's got like little white and little reds and little just little that was okay. That was okay. But yep, there we go. That is what we have for tomorrow night. If you enjoy this kind of content, or if you even watch this far into the content, subscribe. That way you see the rest of our painting sessions, bell notifications, and when we go live. Yeah, all that YouTube stuff. Till next time, guys. Peace.